Ah, I forgot to start the stream. Well, at least I remembered to start the Discord audio. Rejected off of gamma neutral. That open. Which, I don't know. I guess we'll see if we fill the gap. Creek, we can't see you or hear you on YouTube. Yeah, I forgot to start the stream on OBS. Support at 34. Our options prices. Fucking ridiculous. Awesome. Fed funds rate is showing slightly less rate cuts than yesterday. Well, today's inflation print was about the most boring fucking thing we could have possibly gotten. I've never wanted the Bulls to be so wrong before in my life. I mean, what is happening is the dollar is declining pretty rapidly, and that is not good for leverage, despite it still being slightly up against the yen. It could be a bit of a rough situation. Why is that color? It's terrible. Hold on. There we go. Correlation's pushing a little bit. It's kind of weak. Correlation on the 1 month. Oil's slightly up. And gold came down a little bit, which I kind of expected. Russell flat, Dow flat, and Q and ES are basically flat. The dollar's at 102.42 now, with the next support at 101.91. This looks like shit. Everything's off to a pretty weak start. And Google's down quite a bit on the antitrust news. Tesla also losing some ground. There's Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Apple look pretty stable, but they're not moving hard. Any updates on AQN? Will this continue to move down? I don't know. Good. It's got a low range of about... prior low was at like 490. That seems reasonable. It could sell off to there. Or at least look there for support. So glad I had Netflix calls. Yep. The extra $10 today is pretty nice. Nice to see TAC having some good news. Well, they remember they benefit from the yen getting stronger, right? Because of their domestic sales. But they've been doing pretty good lately. Data big off for AMD. Excuse me? What do you mean big off? Off? Where's the Netflix ceiling right now? That's a good question. Motherfucker. Hold on. Good morning. At the mercy of positioning, which is starting to fail. Also, we start SLG today. Why is Dixie boofing if data's flat? Because inflation is slightly weaker on the year over year. And because people are going to want to close the carry if the chance of rate cuts is flat. There's still some risk in that. It's not exactly bullish for leverage. They need a dollar up, not down at all. And this is really just a continuation of yesterday because the inflation was insignificant, to say the least. What is a dark house? Let's talk about buttered sausage. Could we see red today? Yeah. I mean, technically the data print is stagflationary, but that'll be dependent on retail sales and consumer sentiment data. So tomorrow and Friday, data is going to now have more significance than it did previously. Also, we got a pretty strong rejection off of gamma neutral, which is interesting, to say the least. One sec. Mm. We caught support 52, 54.28. Vol down, NQ bounced. IWM still looks weak. Yeah. How low does Dixie have to get to go from a concern to bearish? Yesterday's drop was already fairly significant. I would say a loss of 102 would be the next big like psychological impact. What really matters is how far it falls against the yen, which so far it's still up against the yen. It's mostly falling against the euro right now, and that's because the economic data out of Europe today wasn't that bad. It was pretty flat. So yeah, I would say I would say the loss of 102 or the test of 101.92. Um, the issue there is, dollar collateral and tightening of the spread on the carry as people try to price in those rate cuts, right? What's up, Leche? What are your thoughts on Carvana puts here? Oh, yeah, I had to check data on a couple things. I was just trying to get logged in. What was the first one? Netflix. Someone asked about continuation. Netflix Gamma Max is at 680. There's still a pretty decent amount of call interest out to 75, at which point it starts to fall off out to 700, but a little bit is picking up there. But I would say it's got a pretty straight path out to 75 right now. And a lot of that on the shorter dated time frames, so it can move through that range pretty quickly. There was something else that someone wanted to ask me about, but Carvana still got some upside to about 47.50. Yeah, 47 to 50. 47 might be resistance here. Yeah, 47, 48 resistance. Support to the downside's kind of falling off, but it's not too bad. Yeah, Carvana doesn't look super interesting right now. Are you in MMM puts? No. No. I was just selling options against it. Puts below like 23, I think, is what I wanted to get. I write that down anywhere? 22 to 20. I'll probably get a put debit spread. But right now, just selling calls. I haven't even sold very many yet. I'm selling them out in September, so like 35 DT, 30 DT, something like that. QQQ looks super weak. Yes, it does. Tech doesn't like dollar decline. It needs leverage to carry the dispersion trade. Well, first of all, VIX only measures out of the money spreads on SPX. It doesn't measure all indexes. And I wouldn't really say that SPX is down. It's down 2 basis points. No, I was already long 3M. I've been long 3M for quite some time. I think it just gained too much after the earnings call and the upward guidance. Any expectations on GoEV tonight? No idea what they're going to say at earnings. they've been investing a bit more money into actually building cars, so we'll see how that goes. This is going to V, isn't it? It hasn't really dropped. I don't know if I'd call that a V. It doesn't look particularly bullish after the rejection on gamma neutral. I don't think the dollar declining is a good thing. I think positioning at spots fairly neutral with some in the money puts just to the upside of us. It doesn't look like there's a very significant amount of put selling anywhere near spot. So bulls are afraid of a downside move. There's a lot of sold calls out of the money, like 54, 70, 75, and up. I don't know if we rejected today, I don't know if we'd get that low, but I would say like a loss of 54.33 on futures, maybe. That would be the first thing that I would look for. $460 puts this Friday. For QQQ? This doesn't seem unreasonable. Hmm. Hmm. Some support at 25, but I don't know if there's enough support for us to bounce off of. Especially if NQ slips 19,000. I would look for that as a bear signal. And it does look like tech is selling off. Apple down, Nvidia down 1.5%, Google's down almost 3%. Microsoft's pretty stable. Meta's up a little bit. Those aren't gonna be able to carry everything though. I thought inflation was good. 0.3% was good. We didn't get hot inflation. We got like moderate light inflation. and slightly hotter than expected core and weaker than expected headline, which is not the way they wanted things to move. Is that an SPX Pitsy? It is. See if QQQ or NQ sells off below 19,000. Because if it does, it's going to drag SPX down with it. Do you see the pump associated with the possible rate cut in September, meaning that when they actually cut rates, we go down? What? No. It's actually, we've pumped on the pulling back of rate cuts. Inflation is dead, Gork. Would you stop being such a Debbie Downer? But inflation was up today. It just wasn't up much. So inflation is getting sticky. If today's print is anything, it indicates stagflation, right? Lower demand and weaker pass through of producer pricing is stagflationary, which is going to concern everybody because there's already recession fears. Stagflation in the room. Higher for longer. I mean, that was never going to change. I think the next time JPAS speaks, he'll reiterate his desire to get inflation below 2%, so hold and no rate cuts. This definitely pushes us in the hold and no cuts direction. Yeah. CPI was flat. Housing and food were up. The only reason it wasn't hot was used cars were down bigly. Which should be bearish for Carvana, given their massive inventory of overpriced cars. Yeah, inflation would be hotter if the seasonal adjustments hadn't been so stringent. Although be careful, because I wouldn't be surprised if the BLS guides the prior negative inflation print up or readjusts it. When should we see the SLD Phantom Bear attack? SLD goes from today out through next Monday. Starts today, and then out through next Monday. Don't want to bounce here. Getting more sold puts at spot. Building up some support at 25, which is not ideal. However, NQ still weak. And IWM's not looking too hot either, so no breadth to support things, and tech isn't doing very well. Most of the supportive price action is in Dow, which is shitty. RSP's flat. Futures needs to lose 50 or NQ loses 19, but both of those are equally important. I guess same thing either way. Is it too early to gauge options positioning for today? No, I mean, we're getting a lot of sold calls to the upside, which isn't bullish. We are not getting a lot of aggressive put selling. But the sold calls are still like 54.50 and above. So not exactly right at the money. There's a little bit of call selling at 35, 40, 40. Not a lot of put selling yet. Fair. They're not going to want to sell puts on a declining dollar either. In the money put positions coming in bought. Yeah, in the money bought puts. Some out of the money bought puts too. 5400, 5390 or 5395.90. It's still investable here. I have no interest in buying it. If not, is it tradable? I guess you could. The volatility was up on it a little bit. I don't know how it's looking now. I don't really know what you mean by tradable. Anything's tradable. Why you'd want to trade it is beyond me. There's some call interest at the money out to 22 a little bit. Realized vol's still really elevated, but IV is crushing on the 30, the 60, the 90, and very hard on the 10. So probably calls are being sold. Just took 11 semesters of body language reading with the online FBI Academy. I can tell after my many years of study that you're bored. I'm not that bored. Things get pretty spicy here if we lose 25, because we start to fall into this like sold puts. Big pile of sold puts goes in the money at 25, and then another pile of them down at like 54.10, 54.05, 54.10. So that could be interesting. And QQQ and IWM still look really weak. I guess that's why I failed 10 semesters. But I am as intrigued by the potential. How susceptible is Netflix to QQQ going down? I have no idea. I already took profits. Somewhat susceptible. It's in QQQ. It's not super heavily weighted, but it's in there. It's definitely one of the bigger companies. Just maybe not in the top 10. 10-year and Dixie still dumping too. Does IWM drop during SLD also? It's generally not as affected as other things. It's usually not a lot of like marginable securities being bought in small and mid caps. I don't know how you wouldn't take profits on Netflix on what, like 300% move on some of those calls overnight. Yeah. I took my money off the table immediately. I had weeklies, so I wasn't gonna fucking hold them. It did exactly what I wanted it to do, which was go to 60. Vol short's still trying to crush the broader VIX. I mean, there's some out of the money put selling, but I wouldn't consider any of it all that aggressive. The out of the money call selling is significantly more aggressive. Futures testing 5450. NQ's testing 19,000. If we lose 5425, vol will start to turn up. As we fall into short puts. You mean don't diamond hand things back to 0? It's usually not a good idea. Is USD JPY breaking under 146? Significant. Not particularly. I would say under 145 or 140 would matter a lot. Wow, this market is insane. Looks like bot puts coming in at 20 and 15. Need to lose that line I drew. If we lose that, vol should turn up if we get a continuation here. That was quite a bit of weakness in NQ. Yep, looks like NQ's doing a nosedive. Finding quite a lot of bit of liquidity to the downside here. Push it. Let's go. Oh, you bitch. Kind of a weak bounce for it. I don't know if they're gonna save it. Like, I'm not entirely sure QQQ gives a shit how much they try to pump SPX. How's oil doing? Down a little. Big megaphone ES 30-minute. I don't know, we just rejected off the trend. I wouldn't really call that a megaphone. Guess it looks a little bit better on the 30. If futures gives up 50, 450, we could move down to 5,400. There shouldn't be a lot of support in between here and there. Selling puts. 54. Trying to catch the knife. I think NVIDIA is forming the right shoulder on a head and shoulders. What time frame? Daily? Wow. You're selling so many fucking puts here, Jesus Christ. $53.50. You're selling puts at 50, 390 and 95. Selling puts at spot. Selling puts in the money. at 30. A pretty dangerous level to sell puts at today. It's not stopping them. There's some bot puts at spot, and there's some at 54.20. They're not selling puts between 5400, 54.20, not really. But they are selling them at spot and in the money. Our upside resistance here. NQ still needs to hold 19,000. What's dollar doing? Dollar moved up a little bit on the yen. Yields at the front end of the curve moved up, but the 5 and 10 year are still down. 2 years 3.97. Forward yield on vol is still positive. You see the US is the world's largest oil producer, exceeding Russia by 35% and Saudi Arabia by 38%. That makes sense. We've been on track for that for a while. They catch the knife? Not yet. They're trying. Very, very hard. I feel like this amount of effort's probably not going to be super unsuccessful. They're still afraid of the, like, 20 to 5400 range. And we could still drop into that. Like, they're not defending spot very well, but they're selling farther out of the money puts like crazy. Did you ever finish that Mandingo-sized Polish yesterday? No, I had like half of it. What? Why go EVRQ? In the money put spot. 35. And the money calls bought at 35 too. And the money put's being bought at 40. Oh, QQQ failed. Or NQ failed. Nice. Is Google a knife worth catching? At $160? The last time I bought Google, it was 84 bucks. They're on the verge of just getting dismantled by a federal judge. You wanna go long at 160? I want MQ to test 18950. Not because I'm short MQ, because my friend is a permabull and he said his stop was there. It's a weird place to have a stop. $18,950. It's not even support. I just called the judge. He said he's in on it. Of course, the judge is going to ask to dismantle them, just like Microsoft. He asks for the whole shaft and then compromise on just the tip. We'll see. Oh. NQ is still pretty weak. It's starting to push down into the sold puts again here. Bought puts at 20 still. Getting more bot puts in the money at 30-35. See if they catch the knife again. One sec. Yep. Getting a lot more bot puts on the drop. $15. We could test as low as 5,400 if this continues. NQ support at 18.9. Vol turning up as we fall into the sold puts, which are not very protective of the next like $15 to the downside. So it looks like we don't run into another big pile of sold puts till we hit about 5,400. Not that we can't bounce somewhere in between there, but it's more likely to continue. More bot puts at the money. Stopped. This may get another leg down if they can't recover it. Selling puts at 410. Selling puts in the money. Could bounce back to 30. NQ still looks weak. Tested 18,925. Netflix already rejected off of 60. Are you still in it? The fuck? 1,000% returns on options not good enough for you? This is upside resistance right here. If we break 20, bullish, yeah. Not QQQ though. AWM bounced off of 25 or 205. That's an important level. If we get above 25, we could push out to 35 again. So back to where we were, pretty much. Well, delta neutral is right here, right? 24. Fuck is delta neutral? 24.59. So break back above delta neutral is bullish. Failure of delta neutral is bearish. It's 59. Right? Yeah. Oh, we'll see what it does. How is RSP flat? Equal weight's doing like okay. Gonna start to run into a little bit of resistance around here. But we are getting put selling at the money and slightly in the money. A little bit of call buying at 30. Dixie new low. The money puts NQ tested 18.9. See if it fails. If NQ breaks above 19, probably bullish, or at least a little bit bullish. Where's DN or GN? Weekly GN is it 54.50.88? Pull back to 25 would be okay here. A little more. We still have a bot puts below us at 20. Is NQ likely to fail again? Looks like an inverse head and shoulders. Maybe another test at 75. Although no test at 75 and just a move up above 19 would be more bullish. We got the drop I wanted already, so there is very mixed positioning here at spot. We got bot puts below us, bot puts above us, sold puts at spot. And we have bot calls above us also. So we could move up about $10 from here before running into any serious resistance. Or we could move down about $8. So it really depends. If we find support here and short puts lever up, we're going to probably push up towards like 35.40. NQ got supported 18.9, pushing through 19. I think all that really matters here is NQ. It seems to be ignoring most of the SPX positioning at spot at least. Ooh, rejected. Interesting. So NQ needs to get above 19,015. You say dollars like that? Are you referring to SPX always? Yeah, pretty much. Unless I'm specifically addressing a different instrument, I'm talking about SPX. AQN 502 again. Are you trading it or something? Tell me what it costs in like 4 years. Did you cut a straddle leg today and reposition or leave both legs open if we trade flat for tomorrow's data? I'm trying to learn neutral strategies and exits. Thanks a ton. Well, I'm out of my straddle already because we're getting vol crush and all of the position is pinning to spot. But I did sell some options out of the money in order to exit it flat. So I cut the call side on the GN test. I sold spreads out above gamma neutral, and then I just sold some puts on our drop here. Not very many, but if we drop again, I'll sell more. And I cut the put side. The put side I actually cut at a little bit of a profit, so it wasn't too bad. The call side was meh after the vol crush. Can you tell me what you think AQN will be in 5 years? I wrote that up, didn't I? Like, I don't know, $11, $12. Maybe they move their dividend back up. Sooner the better. And they are on track to doing it sooner. NQ broke 19,015, which is the next leg of its reversal on the bounce. So they'd be looking at SPX 35. There's resistance at pretty much every strike to the upside here, so. Apple looks good. Nvidia bounced back really hard. AVGO did too. Google's still failing, which is putting some drag on the pumpies, but so Microsoft fell back a bit also, and Meta did as well. So those are not performing with the move up. Iron Condor on the SPX of the idiot trade today. Yeah, that's possible. I would have sold the puts at the bottom there, but I wasn't really thinking about that. Let's see how far we bounce, and then if we get like a strong bounce or test GN again, I'll try to remember to enter some call side sales, and then see if I get a chance to leg into some puts later. Yeah. This is resistance. Hmm. Trying to push up into 55. NQ pushing up through 19,050. 75 is kind of the next important level there. Did you roll or cut ABBV? I'm probably going to roll it. I closed some of it the other day on the morning drop, but I still have some 85, 187 that I'm probably going to roll out. And then I'll probably roll those out to like 30 DTE. And then I might sell some more tomorrow. Same theta. Okay, so right here we could push out to 45 or 55, I think. GN not going to offer much resistance. It may, but it's at 50, so it's still like 14 more dollars to the upside. But as long as we stay above 30, things are pretty bullish. And we're getting more in the money sold puts. We're getting them at 40, 45, 50, 55. And the 50 sold calls have pulled back. So the sold call wall we don't hit until like 54.60. Was Gamma flat after 55? No, not at all. CPI was this morning. How strong is 54.40? Not very. 35 has some resistance still, and we're kind of hung up on that. But if we break 38, I think we're past the bearish positioning until we get to 60. So 38 to 60. What about 38, 80 to 60? If they break GN, how high can we go based on positioning? 65, 75? There's a lot of fucking sold calls out at 60, 65, and then a shitload of sold calls at 70, 75. So we'd have to squeeze them, which will be hard, especially this early in the day. Not impossible, but difficult. I still don't think we really have, like, this isn't bullish, right? We're still We're still just relatively flat on the day. We're just getting a lot of realized vol crush. There's no out of the money call buying right now. Not really. A little bit at 40, but that's it. Everything's just sold. So it's just getting a shitload of sold puts and a shitload of sold calls, which is very much like yesterday, but the put positioning isn't nearly as strong. So it's kind of just the same as the last 2 days. Like everybody's selling options and squeezing us into the middle. Once the morning's passed, we're probably not going to do a lot price wise. Yeah, okay. Well, it's better than yesterday, but not a lot better. When is the server in shambles again? Literally anytime the price moves more than $10. Unless they were prepared weeks or months in advance for that $10 move. Even then, still in shambles sometimes. I have a big thick line drawn on my chart, 5562. I don't know when or where. Can we hit that today? Probably not. I think we'll have a pretty tough time getting above 5450. $54.70 would be a good upside test for today. If we don't reject here. Still puts at spot. I didn't catch Sunday, but I thought I heard up until Wednesday, then down to the end of the week. Up until Thursday is what I had. And then Thursday into Friday down. We're getting pretty close to the top of my trend. This was that was my projection. I think JFresh was just straight up. And then Dork's down here. I have an offer. You pay my electric bill, $200 a month. In exchange, you can use my address as your own in Massachusetts to save on state income tax. Only 5% here. Why wouldn't I just maintain a residency in a state that doesn't have any income tax? It's silly. Shh, don't say that. If you want to say you live with me, that's chill. Having a residency in a state that doesn't have income tax is not tax fraud. That's legal. That's what all the rich people do. The states are pretty awful, though, usually. Yeah, that's why they don't have income tax. Or maybe it's because they don't have income tax. Huh, right? Something to think about. Thought about it. That's all I could ask for. The less government, the better. You say that, but you're wrong. When has government spent money better than private citizens? When have private citizens ever spent money on anyone but themselves? When was the last time you went and fixed the fucking road in front of your house? Fuck off. I'm not saying the government does it, but they're way more likely to than you are. I bought a homeless person a burrito from Taco Bell a couple weeks ago. You don't count, dork. We found the Midwest prepper. I don't think we were confused about Bob's status. Give me one sec. I'm still here. Sorry, I'm just like doing bus business things. Um, there's bot calls out of the money. There's some bot puts. A little bit of back and forth here, fighting for the next level. But mostly call buying and out of the money or in the money put selling. Hmm. Still looks kind of bullish. There's some out the money put buying, but the call sellers are retreating. All right. All right. Nikkei looks like it wants to roll over. Hmm. Looks like we're starting to get some sold calls. Coming back in at 50. Starting to build up another sold call wall. We're getting some puts bought at spot, calls bought out of the money at 45. Puts being sold at 45, 50, 55. Calls being sold at 50. Vol turning up, and this still isn't a full reversal on QQQ. Like, we hit the confirm at 75 and broke above it, but it's starting to weaken, and reversal wouldn't be confirmed until a break above 19,131, so still a ways to go. However, that's going to have quite a lot of influence on whether or not we're able to push up higher on SPX or not. Not back down yet, but maybe distributive. I mean, we've definitely found a solid resistance here at like 40, 42. Still think we have like a little bit of upside range. It'll be bullish if we start to explore it. So if we get above 42, we should test like 48 or 50. It'll be pretty hard to go higher than that though. How do they drop Dixie? Well, JPY isn't moving. Well, the dollar is not falling against the yen very hard, right? It's the euro mostly. Yeah, I think a little bit. It was a little bit the pound, but it's mostly the euro. The euro's up big against the dollar today. It's by far the highest weighting in Dixie, so its impact on Dixie is outsized. Dollar's still down against the yen. It's just not as much. It's like less significant. CPI was mostly interesting. No. CPI was stagflationary pending other data. I think today's CPI print adds a lot of weight to retail sales in Michigan consumer this week, and then people are going to be looking for more indications of stagflation next week as well when we get like PMIs, and everyone's going to want to see what the Fed minutes have to say. But I think we get S&P PMIs next week. We have some bigger auctions. We're gonna get like EU PMIs and stuff. And then end of the month, we're gonna get like GDP. GDP and PC. We had us at 5,300 end of week. Is that still possible now that CPI is over? Well, I think we're about to get into the middle of SLD below gamma neutral, which historically leads to downside price action. And I think as we move into the back half of this week, Charm isn't going to be particularly supportive unless we get out above 5,500. So we got a little bit of time to push to the upside, but none of that positioning looks particularly strong. I mean, even today, it looks like we're not going to go much higher than 50 or 55 at best. NQ's breaking up a little bit. That's kind of bullish. So we're pushing up above 42. That should open up that move out to 50 or 55. Or, I'm sorry, 48 or 50. I'd like to see NQ get above 19.1 and not reject on it, though. Whenever you want, Grim, too. What's your favorite credit card? Probably. It's got to be either the my Amex Blue card because I get like 6% cash back on groceries, or I have a 3% cash back on Visa. It's 3% on everything. That one's pretty sweet too. Anything that offsets the cost of inflation is dope. Rip the IBKR one. I know, right? That Amex is 6%. I know. Oh, Turd told me about one where you can you can pay your rent with it. I still need to apply for that one. My Chase Sapphire Reserve card has, well, so it's 10x rewards, but you can convert the rewards to cashback, which ends up being like 2.93%. Plus whatever you get for like bonus rewards. It's got an annual fee, but it's not very much. I think it's like $500 or something. Wells Fargo issues the card and is eating a loss. Yeah. It's a Wells Fargo credit card, but you can pay rent with it and you get cash back on your rent payments. Those high cashback cards have annual fees. Well, I use them for everything, so I mean the annual fees get paid easily. And I just pay them every month. I don't carry a balance on them. I don't know if you could pay your mortgage with it. Fidelity has a 2% cashback on everything card. Holy shit. What the fuck just happened with the spread on this option? If we break 50, I think it puts a test of 70 on the table. I wish I'd gotten a fill at 82. That was cool. Guess I'll just sit in these all fucking day. Short calls pulled back, which I think you saw in the SPY 543 there. What's Gamma Max for SPX? They're way out of the money. On the monthly contracts, 57.76. The weekly is not too far out of the money, 56.87. Neither one are particularly close to spot, though. I have the 2% cashback card on Fidelity and Wells Fargo, and I have Amazon 5%, Amex for 3%, groceries, gas. Yeah, so the Amex Blue card will give you 6% on groceries and gas, except at Costco. I don't have the Amazon card. I don't really buy all that much shit on Amazon, though. I mistyped. What's GN on SPX? We just broke it. It's 450.88. Oh, they got VIX out of backwardation. Yep. Forward yield on vol is now negative 0.48. Wells Fargo built credit card. Some institutions do accept it for mortgage payments. Ooh, interesting. I fucking hate Capital One. Fuck them. NQ now has a reversal. We have more room to the upside. Careful with stops. We broke above GN, so rejections aren't going to be as significant. No, this isn't the fact. We after GN, after the break of GN, that opens up a test at 65 or 70 before we run into the sold call wall, which has been pulling back ahead of the upward price movement, but is quite dense around 70, 75. You think we're in for another quarter of pumpies, or has the vol paradigm shift changed that? The paradigm shift in vol just shifted back a little bit, but I think vol's going to remain somewhat elevated. It's still hard to push dispersion. And tech isn't benefiting from a weaker dollar. We literally just broke the long-term downtrend from the all-time high. Yeah, but back to 16, 17 doesn't mean back to like 12, right? Those are substantially different. 12 is tomorrow. Maybe. Probably take a couple weeks. I don't want to pull back and fill 48. Do you see Meta hitting 545 this week or sideways? Doing cover call. Meta 545? This fall, it's still dropping. So Gamma Max is at 532. So on a break of 35, the next leg up is 50-55. So it's a little risky, but as long as it stays below 35, it's not too bad. What's it at right now? 31. Yeah, it looks like it got rejected off of 35 today, which is maybe a good sign. Got rejected at 33 in the pre-market. So some resistance at 35. But if it broke 35, I would pull them back. Mm. Getting some sold calls at spot. I'm getting some sold calls building up at 60-65. Little failure here. Support at 45-50. But just bought call support. So if the 45 falls out of the money, we're going to drop. You still have your Fubo shares? Yeah, I do. I don't have any cost basis on them, but I still have them. CXAI. Gross. What about it? Package software? I mean, do you have some kind of thesis on it? Because they don't make money. Their net income has been negative for the last 3 consecutive quarters. Yes, it has AI in the name. Oh, fuck off. If you had a cost basis of 210 for Fubo, how would you go about hedging your position for the injunction outcome? How does anybody have a cost basis on that stock anymore? You guys do. So, like, out of the money covered calls? What is there to hedge? It's a $2 stock. You could buy a $1.50 put, I guess, or a dollar put. I mean, Disney winning the injunction's already priced in. The stock's trading at $1 despite beating the last 5 earnings. The stock hit like $4 at the end of last year. Could just sold like $2 cover calls and boom. Free stock. There's been so many opportunities to sell like 50 cent or $1 in the money cover calls on it. It's ridiculous. You guys are doing that thing on it again where you're fucking like afraid to sell. You're afraid to sell covered calls in the money because you think the stock's gonna go to the moon, aren't you? The GME. Classic GME. You know when GME hit $80, if you had a $40 cost basis on it, you could have sold $40 covered calls and had free stock. No, that's not it at all. Oh, what is it? No, just can't sell covered calls. Stop rubbing it in. Not you, Brett. We all know you can't get approved for options. To be fair, it was never 80 during SIBO market hours. Okay, whatever. It sold 20 when it was at 60. You don't understand. We're bad at this. No, you're afraid you're going to become a millionaire, which is ridiculous. Being approved for options was my downfall 3 years ago. I wish I had never been approved. All your long-term picks are in my 401k, and I can't sell anything against them. Oh. No Roth? Or did you blow up your Roth? I'm consistently losing money trying to trade while having a job where I can't be on the phone constantly. Is now a bad time to start theta ganging if the market may be big red in several months? If if you think the market's going to be big red, what are you planning on theta ganging? Theta gang is specifically wheeling. Wheeling is just not a great strategy unless you're super lazy and have $1 million. Do you have $1 million? Even then, you still have a lot of underlying risk and you need to be a good stock picker. I can't wait till Fubo hits $5, everybody sells, and then it goes to 35. Don't worry, I'm gonna sell at 5 too, but that would be hysterical. Like Upstart. What if you wheel GME? It can't go bankrupt. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. Ooh, found support. Nice. $70.75, yeah. We'll see. We could still fail here again. The last peak here, we fucking just got a bunch of sold calls. So we might just get more call selling on the bounce. But I think there's room to push up into a test of 70. Just be careful with it. Stop. Fubo Purse will hold and wait for 35 if you say that. Why would you say that? Now no one's gonna sell CCs. I am. I don't want you guys fucking up the liquidity. Why would Nvidia get rejected off 118? There's no fucking resistance at 118. 120 matters. Well, it's like a little bit. But all the sold calls are going in the money. I missed a whole lot of ups there. Gross. Nope. What crash? I mean, Fubo's pretty wildly undervalued considering their earnings and subscriber growth, right? Their net margins have gone from like negative 26% to negative 6%. So like a 20% increase over the last 4 quarters. Even with their dilution, they should be trading at a much higher multiplier. Other than having no cost basis on Fubo, is it just the fact that you can buy them back that has you selling CCs deep in the money on, say, pops at earnings? Anytime I own a stock and it rips, I sell in the money cover calls, for the most part. And yeah, partially because I can buy them back, but they give you most of the money to do that with. if you're holding something for a long time, right? And this is almost a rule in the market. Anytime a stock is accumulating, right, and it's come down from prior highs at every one of these levels, people who buy here or people who owned here are going to sell. Right? So if it rips, all these people are going to sell. And so why should I lose value? Now it could stabilize and move back up again, but then these people will sell. And then it may stabilize there and start to improve over time. But no matter what, you're gonna get paper hands, right? Who wanna get out. I'm keeping drip on packs turned on. I know I have a cutoff. It's nowhere near it. 1392. Yes, any price under 1392, I'm gonna keep drip on. Speaking of which, isn't tomorrow the? Or no, Monday is the X date. The premium from the CC, do you keep them in the account? Yeah. I use them to buy more stocks. Like a dividend. It's like a dividend on picking a good stock that runs. You talking about a Roth? Yeah. They have deposit limits per year. You want to blow up your retirement money? Nice. I don't get the Fubo CC appeal. You can sell CCs for pennies even further out, and then commission fucks you over. Then it rips and you're fucked. I feel like there's no winning. You're selling CCs at the wrong time. See, and I've tried to explain this to Atomic too, but he won't listen to me. You're selling CCs when the stock is flat or down. This is shitty. I'm selling CCs when it rips. And then when it goes back down, I've made money. If you sell CCs here, then it rips, you buy them back and lose money. Somehow paying even more for the shit ticker you bought in the first place. Fubo hasn't ripped all year. It was fucking like $4 in December. Here we go. Another day of Gherk exposing us. It's because I want you guys to make money, and you keep doing stupid shit. Do you expect to buy those CCs back or let them expire? I mean, I'll buy them back if they're up. It's just a way of locking in profitability. But if you have something that's, cyclical on volatility or dispersion, right? That has consistent highs and lows, and you want to hold, selling in the money CCs is really good. I mean, this even works on like tech and shit and like blue chips, right? Because they have growth trends. I do this on ZOM all the time. Anytime oil drops, I just sell in the money covered calls. And yeah, I might only get like a few bucks, right? Like I'll sell like a 98 when it's at like 115, right? And then it drops to like 113 and I buy them back.
but it's free money. Because you're selling vol on cover calls. I'm selling delta. I'm not really selling any volatility. Volatility would be selling them out of the money. That's how you make your puts cost same like shares. It's just turning your shares into a put. Free put. I mean, so you have a stock, you buy it at like $20, right? It moves up to 30 quickly. You sell a $25 covered call, and then the stock goes up to 35. I mean, all you really did here was just sell your stock at 30, right? Cool. But if the price of the stock goes back down, then you've kept the $25 or the $5 and the stock. $30 plus premium. Well, no, because you're getting assigned at 25. So you get 25 plus the premium difference between 25 and 30. So you're selling it at 30. That makes too much sense. Sorry. I don't know. Fuba hits fucking $2. I'll sell in the money cover calls on it. Depends on how much volume it has, I guess. It's gotta really rip for me to not do that. Options is a strategic investment, says the CC writer wants to sell time, not intrinsic value. Good for him. Why not both? Hold on. I gotta make a phone call. What's manic? How is selling vol necessarily? What do you mean safer? You're already up. It's as safe as selling the underlying. Did you see some Chinese steel giant imploded? No. When did that happen? In regards to midterm expectations, it seems that the market economy are both actually and perceived to be in a more precarious position now. Yes. That's because the probabilities of outcomes are now fractured, right? You have really three focal points in the market now. You have, the short vol trade, which has ruled everything, short vol and leverage. And this trade needs inflation and a strong dollar. On the opposite side of that, you have like mid small that wants cuts, right? And a soft landing. And then you have the fact that if either of these are realized, the, carry is probably going to collapse in one way or another. And so the outcome of both of them is, systemic risk. And people are betting against, they're hedging that systemic risk by going long bonds and long vol. Everyone, no. Everyone's fucked. It's not just small and mid cap, it's tech too. They're both fucked. We can only split the deficit spending so many ways, right? It's either going to be GDP or it's going to be employment or it's going to be inflation. And these two have already become synonymous. They're basically the same thing at this point. Did we reject off 70? God damn it, I was supposed to sell a call there. 65. That's early. You have a gift? I'm not dumping my money back into the market to catch pumpies. I mean, people are gonna pump, right? We're up 5% in less than a couple of weeks. There's no reason to not be long some shit, right? But you have to be much more careful because the rug can get pulled really quickly, right? We didn't really have that scenario before, right? After inflation eased, after expectations eased in like December, Jan, it was pretty obvious we were just going to keep going up. And then, we got a little bit of bifurcation in the narrative in March. And I was like, okay, we're not going back to the pre-March period anymore. Things have fundamentally changed now. And we still got a rally, right? But it broke down much harder the second time around. And we may still get a rally out of this, but, when the next when the next wave of, negative economic sentiment comes in, there's going to be even less faith in whatever rally we get from this point forward. And the fact of the matter is nothing changes. And this is what I said back in November of last year. The Fed can't do shit. So don't be delusional. Don't just like buy puts and expect them to print. Have confirmation of that, but at the same time protect anything you get to the upside. Be careful. Be in and out. Don't sit in positions for extended periods of time. Well, everyone spent the last 8 months getting. I mean, think about this, right? The Fed's like rates almost hit 4.5% at the 10-year, and so the Fed pivoted and the Treasury pivoted their issuance, right? And they saved the banks again. And in doing so, right, we priced in 8 rate cuts by the middle of this year, right out of the gate, right? I think we went from like 4 to 6 to 8 within a month. None of those have materialized because the Fed never had an option to cut, right? What all they did was walk back their narrative, increase inflation, and push the market to survive another 6 months, right? And so everyone stayed bullish on cuts. So like, oh my god, the Fed's gonna cut, right? And then Japan moved to a positive rate and almost crashed the fucking market. So now everyone's like, oh shit, I kind of hope the Fed doesn't cut because that currency pair is gonna blow up, right? And it's clearly massively over leveraged. I mean, what were the banks gonna do with all of those assets? They can't just sit on them. They have depositors to satisfy, right? They need a yield. They need to be making a yield on that, and they can't make a yield through the Fed because the rate differential is negative. So all of that free money that flowed into the banks and then flowed into those like longer maturity assets at 1 to 2% interest rates, they had to do something with them. And so they levered them up with Japan, right? Because they can get margin and leverage on them there, and they can make a yield on the spread between the two central banks. And Japan's banking system is robust enough to support that leverage. But you can't just pull it out. It's not that easy, right? When you're trying to make net interest income on a massive pile of dollar collateral and you're leveraging it up, it's not like you can just be like, oh, this isn't working, I'm going to close my brokerage account. You have to unwind that shit, and it takes years. The Japan banking system almost imploded last week. Imagine if Powell had cut. So now we can't really be bullish on cuts anymore. So what's there to be bullish on? The only thing left is inflation and a stronger dollar. Now, the stronger dollar can stay because Powell can't really cut. But it's not going to get a lot stronger because the effects, albeit super fucking slow, of monetary policy over time are detrimental to growth in the economy, right? Yellen can't issue as much because the TGA is just not going to be there to support it. So if Yellen has to start issuing duration, the dollar is going to come down whether the Fed wants it to or not. We're already in stagflation. Companies are making less in revenue. So our GDP is up, but companies' revenues are down over the 2 years, right? People are making, I mean, outside of like NVIDIA, they're making less money than they used to. And the value of their stock is 2 times higher, 3 times higher, 4 times higher, 20 times higher than when they were making more money previously. 54.45 support. Yes, a little bit, but we have momentum. And if we fall below 45, we start squeezing short puts. What you're saying is stock? Same like shitcoins. I mean, yeah, kind of, right? It's just hype. Is this SLD? We pulled back the last hour of price improvement. I think you can calm down. So let's say you're a central bank chair of a still large other country and can step in to create an alternative. There is no alternative. There's a reason the yen is used for the an over leveraged carry trade. There's no other banking system in the world outside of the US that can support that much leverage besides Japan. Their entire banking system has been built around the US dollar yen differential, right? Even Europe can't handle that amount of velocity in the money supply. Even if they could, their central bank is too closely tied to ours. Right? All the other central banks were on the same policy. Switzerland a little bit, but no. There's some options outside of the USD yen, but none of them can support an equivalent amount of leverage, not even close. So you might be able to hedge off some into the franc, or you might be able to hedge off some into the Australian dollar, um, maybe into the real or the peso a little bit, but nothing significant. Mm, fell into the sold puts here. We could technically keep going down. Kind of just where we were this morning. NQ bearish under 19. Support at 36. Yeah, a little bit. VIX back at 17. BRICS is a joke. What about China? Hold on. Let me find something here. I gotta look in this research report. I want to see how fucked China is. China's more fucked than us. Here. Look at China's M1 as a percent of M2 money supply. So they're just falling steeper and steeper into deflation, and their credit impulse isn't having any significant realized effect on inflation. Hold on. You buy any Vega puts with the VIX crash? No. VIX is too high for Vega puts. M1 is a measure of like narrow money, so economic activity, circulating currency, demand deposits. M2 is broad, so savings, time deposits, hold to maturity securities, right? That kind of stuff. So if M1 is falling as a percent of M2, that's like a very strong indicator of reduced economic activity. It's means that current monetary policy is ineffective and it's massively deflationary. And not just deflationary, can lead to strong, long, extended periods of deflation. And there's nothing more bearish than deflation for a major economy. Well, deflation, in the yuan would fall against the dollar, but they try to pin the yuan to the dollar, right? They have a peg at like, I think for offshore yuan, it's supposed to be at like 7.23 to the dollar right now as a conversion rate. And they've let that slip quite a bit from like the 7.13 it used to be. And they'll have to let it probably slip more as long as the dollar remains elevated. But, I mean, there's an advantage to the US economy here in that the longer we can keep the dollar elevated or slightly stronger than the yuan, the deeper China's economic collapse. Drink their goddamn milkshake. How is AI going to solve deflation? It's not. It's not going to solve anything. It's really fun for making memes. That's about it. Deflation really worries me. Yeah, it's extremely bad. What is that time scale in years? November 2004 through January 2024? Couldn't China just sell all of the US debt they own? They don't have a lot. They've been they've been trying to get away from owning US debt ever since we took all of Russia's money and cut them out of SWIFT. So they have some because they have to peg the yuan, which fucks them, right, and ties them to our currency. But they've been overall shedding US Treasury holdings for quite some time. And they've been picking up gold, which is one of the reasons gold has been so strong. And you know, other central banks are also hedging risk in the dollar with gold because everyone else is extraordinarily tied to the value of the US dollar right now. CXAI just signed a multi-year agreement with Google Cloud to integrate their AI workflow into their platform. Honestly, I just think Google's going to do a buyout, given cap is at 35 mil. That's why I'm actually bullish. Oh, well, that's a thesis. So go short Google, long fucking CXAI. I'm sure they'll want more than 35 million to be bought out. No, short Google, long CXAI is an option, I guess. Just because they have a multi-year agreement doesn't mean they're going to get bought out by them. It doesn't mean they actually have anything of value, right? Which I would argue they don't, given that they've never been able to sell their product to anybody until now. And they've never made any money. It's just a multi-million dollar agreement. It's not very much. They're willing to co-invest? Okay, well, maybe that. Okay, it might be a very long time. Alright, fair enough. Is lower volume here indicative of a breakdown for SPX? Not necessarily. We have support here a bit. We just mean reverted off of the upside rejection. I think we're pretty much in the same scenario we were in the last time we were trading at this level. If we lose 32 or, yeah. Well, yeah, 40 is kind of important. But if we lose 30, very bearish, because we start squeezing off sold puts. I think it's gonna happen. We have out of the money bot calls 50. Bot puts at 50, 55. Bot calls at the money and at, yeah, bot calls at 45 and 40, and then below 40 sold, just nothing but sold puts. So we can basically trade between 40 and 70 without really squeezing anything. It's probably what will stay pinned most of the day, especially if vol's declining. I don't think there's 80 likes. There's 158 likes. What if you refresh it? Here for my daily hour of trading. What positioning looking like for end of day? It looks like we're getting squeezed between two massive short vol positions again. Okay, looks like 54.30 was being bought just a bit now. There's some bot calls at 30. 30 and 35 and 40. Above 40, not so many bot calls. But not a lot of resistance from 40 to 60. I don't believe in refresh. I missed the rally blowing up my 5440s and came back and only lost some theta. Hooray. Do you have 5440 puts? It'll be hard for those to stay in the money for very long. I might like the stream if you lift your shirt a little. How do you feel about that? How's the idiot trade doing today? That's so fucking dumb. I forgot to enter both sides of it. Didn't GoEV report zero revenue? Well, they don't make money. They should have some this time around because of the few deals they signed. That would require them to have made vehicles, which they also don't do. I would choose to stop being a meme degenerate and throw my life savings into S&P index funds at the most unstable time. Are you trying to sneak your way back into my good graces, Smooth? Can we do a wellness check on Prim 2? 5440p. I'm hoping for a 5400 test because yeetus, deletus, squeezus, the putus. Interesting. Alright, well, we squeeze short puts down here. A little bit. Starting to squeeze them. Touching them. Telling you, Goivy is really going to talk to NVIDIA on how to report revenues on promised sales. Yeah, their stock could be like $20. They could fly private jets all over the place. NQ looks fucked. Drop the SLD hammer. We still have 3 days. Why did my comment get deleted when I mentioned risk management? I have no idea. Carl? It didn't. It says I could have been break even today if I didn't use risk management. I'm really happy with my 1 trade a day so far in the hour that I have. That's always fun. I started off that way. Good graces, same as thigh high socks. No, thigh high socks would be. What do you? Are you gonna share a picture of you in thigh high socks? I will share one for 2K. I need the money. Really demanding a lot for your OnlyFans. Did SPX bounce off the upper trend by like literally 30 cents? No, we haven't fallen through it yet. Well, we did this morning, but we haven't fallen back through the upper trend. ES. ES broke out a little bit and failed. That's usually not a very good sign. Let's see if consolidation reaches kind of a breaking point here. I want to lose 54.33 to the downside before things get even remotely bearish. And 5400 would be much better. Somebody proposed the Gherkin wear thigh high socks. I already am. My knees get cold. I recommend DCA or lump sum in index funds given market conditions, or take 5% in market funds and wait till quarter 1 to enter. You could have like risk adjusted return funds like JexQ or something. If you really want to enter like full port S&P during high volatility and a possible long-term correction, you would probably want some kind of hedge. You could bet on rate cuts and long bond funds. But the year-over-year return will probably be less over like a 2 or 3 year window. Time is running out for priced in rate cuts. Does something pretty much have to happen by the end of the year? But less time, less rate cut, less bear. Enough foreplay. Market needs the big F. I mean, we're getting into a position where if we don't get a rate cut, we're going to blow up the treasury because Yellen won't stop issuing short-term debt. But we might just blow up the treasury. Did Smooth get banned? He was being a cunt. Which is breaking rule number 1. Supposedly. I don't know. I kind of missed it, but... He was like yelling at someone in the Discord. Ooh, that was me. I'm famous. Remember when audio chat was turned on in the Discord? Yeah, and we got to find out we have a bunch of racists. That was the best. Were you surprised? No. Wait, what? We used to have, like, this was way back, but we used to have, like, a public, like, chat channels, like, audio chat. And as soon as the poors realized it was an available option, it became just inundated with racists and misogynists. So we got rid of it and made it for billionaires only. And then something went wrong with that too. I don't remember what it was. So basically, like, a lot of people were using it to, like, subvert like the server rules. And it just turned in like a cesspool of like racist political horseshit. The problem with communities is that they're full of people. That's correct, P Shorts. Can you add a casual encounters channel? Hmm. I don't believe in casual encounters. How strong was that bounce? I mean, it's just a bounce. You have Tinder. There's nothing casual about Tinder. They're thinking of Grinder. Yeah. I live in New York City. Every Tinder encounter is like one step away from waking up with my kidneys harvested. Time to re-enter putties here. Has that really changed? It's resistance. So, yeah, we could reject off it again, I suppose. Delta's just a little bit positive here. Charm is negative. Delta falls negative again under 37. 38. There are bought calls at the money here and sold puts, but there's not much to the upside. So I wouldn't say this is particularly bullish. We'll see. Maybe things will move around. Still looks like 40 to 70 is our trading range. Even worse, they're from New Jersey and lied on their profile. Or Long Island. What's up, Roberto? Can Pigeonwheel chat or just use loud clicking sounds? Both. I ended up living with someone who joked about keeping my eyeballs in a jar. It just goes with the territory, right? No? That's weird. How would you keep eyeballs in a jar? Is that a sober statement? Your ex is a serial killer. Remember the pickle jar thought you only dated dudes and that you were Jen Jen's gay best friend? That's happened a couple times. How much data do you get for SLD plays? Next week, Friday? Usually. Usually like the following Wednesday or Friday. How's Netflix looking? I don't know, I already sold all mine. Fine. It's back at 660. I missed you. I have a few minutes before the wife comes back. I'm glad to see you're doing well. You too, man. How you been? Did the wife ban you? Was Tulio largely an index-related play? Tech. In that if we begin to see a downside continuation, it may be time to cut. It has support at 58. I have sub calls plenty of time, but slow grind has me being cautious. There's a lot of resistance at 61. There's a lot of support at 59, 58. If it breaks 61, it can go to 65. Hambanan's still in the Discord. She's been going to school, though. She went back to school. How'd you meet your wife? We were both underwater in the same options trade. I think everybody thought your affinity for ice cream sandwiches some symbolic for something much more sinister involving two dudes in a cup. No. Just 500 dudes in a cup. What? He used to be called Subway Cup? Ugh, never mind. SLD Blacksmith, gonna hammer it anytime. I'd be more interested in that outcome if we actually lost a level that was relevant. It's a bit depressing to realize how many dudes are in here. Pickle jar, same like prison. Don't drop your soap. Hmm. Oops. She got upset that I follow you blindly into trades and that I put you on during adult time. That's ridiculous. Tell her it helps with your confidence. Yeah, your wife was in here yesterday. C-Mill. She was hanging out. I don't respond to that horrible name. Sandwich artists are horrible people, and Subway cups pick awful tickers like MMAT. That's what I'm saying. She keeps trying to put on Bridgerton bullshit. I saw an episode of that show. It was horrendous. Seamil and Seamil's wife were in chat while on vacation. His wife was. She told me that he took them to their Airbnb for their 16-year anniversary, and I was like, you should divorce him. I'm just trying to free up his ability to trade more. See, I got your back, C-Mill. It wasn't that bad. My wife did coerce me with a blowjob for each episode, so I may be biased. I feel like you sold yourself short. Good to see you too, man. I'll see you around, Roberto. Tell your wife who'd let you back in. I guess I need to get my wife to hop into YouTube chat. Thanks, man. Blowjob per episode changes the economics of Bridgerton. Does it? Every member stream, you should invite one Dillionaire, Pigeon Whale, or Cornichon, and let them show the entire jar just how ignorant they are. I'll go first. I don't want to pierce the veil. Right now, I gotta think about you guys as like a collective, you know? Like a hive mind. If I start doing that, then I have to think about you as individual people with real hopes and dreams. Ugh. How good of a blowjob, though, right? Like, was it like a one or two blowjob? Or was it like an 8, 9? Because you've been married a while, I assume, and that means that the exponential growth and quality of blowjobs falls off somewhere around the median of the distribution, right? It was an 8? For every episode? I don't believe it. Bullshit. You can't have an 8 with distractions. That's like eye contact plus eagerness. They were done before the show started. Oh, so you just. Oh my god, you had to watch Bridgerton with post nut clarity? That, that's that's even more rough. Just turned off my track. When you said blowjob, it echoed through the parking lot. Excellent. I mean, the situation you're describing only makes Bridgerton bearable if she sucked out a part of your consciousness for 45 minutes, which would indicate like an 8 to a 10 range, and that's ridiculous. You only get 10s from girls you meet drunk at bars. Wives don't give 10s. Maybe on the wedding night or something. What's a 1 2? Do you remember high school? I've got a unicorn of a wife, or she was all horned up in anticipation of watching Bridgerton. Are there any hot guys in it? I haven't had an 810 since my senior trip to Puerto Vallarta. Hmm. Like, 10s are like you picked up a goth girl with daddy issues and a hard drug problem. Like, you need external factors for a 10 to apply. Your life has to be in danger or something. Like, you're getting a blowjob in the middle of Sierra Leone. We have too much in common sometimes. There's some daddy issues, and she was a goth when we met. Ah, I knew there was more to the story. I think you just need a committed relationship and a partner who's had a lot of practice figuring out what you like. I'd get bored. That sounds boring. Crypto better not stop making money, or his wife's gonna take that show on the road. How does a goth girl get ungothed? The same way edgelords get unemoed. The AI summary of chat right now. I got great news. My ex has now agreed to pay me cash to finalize our divorce. Ooh, can you negotiate it up? Be like, no, I think I still love you. I'm gonna need 9 more months. Start playing acoustic outside of her house. Can you play the guitar? Learn some chords. Anything Ed Sheeran. I think you could get her to double the initial offer. I need a sugar mama. How do I get one? Hang out in mid-tier steakhouse bars in wealthy areas. Be right back. Heading to Ruth's Chris. Perfect. Ruth's Chris, what's that other one? Son of a bitch. Mastro's? Mastro's is good. Not everywhere though. Capital Grill, Mastro's, Ruth's Chris, and Fleming's. Houston's works too. They're all the same restaurant. If you're really, really desperate, you could go to like Maggiano's. No, not Outback or Longhorn. You want to fuck a trucker? I said Chart House, didn't I? I used to go to the Rusty Pelican in Newport Beach. That was a good spot. That and Mastro's. Lots of divorcees. It sounds like an illegal act more than an establishment. Golden Corral? They're not skanky bars. That's you have to move one step up from skanky bars. So, you know, Golden Corral's for when you don't want teeth in that BJ. Del Frisco's? Sure, yeah. AI chat. Quality may vary. Viewers are discussing an episode of Bridgerton. They're giving their opinions on the quality of different episodes and on the performance of the actors. Yeah, exactly. That's the performance we're talking about. See you later, crypto. What's the opener line? Nothing. You just go in there and look poor and handsome. Oh no, I'm only one of those things. If you're gonna be poor, you have to be in good shape. You should be anyway. Why are you spending so much money on food? Fatness is a luxury of the wealthy. Join a Pilates gym and go to the 9 or 10 a.m. classes. Stay at home rich divorcees work out when everyone else is at work. Again, but you still have to do it in a wealthy area. I've gotten 0 tips from this convo. We just told you where to pick up young broke guys with abs. I'm currently in the gym phase of my divorce. Don't worry, you'll meet her. Then you don't have to go to the gym anymore. Get a gym in a rich suburb. Just go to Equinox. Equinox early morning Pilates classes. Or spin. Do straight males do Pilates? Hot yoga. Yeah. They don't have hot yoga at Equinox. They have yoga. Nothing says I'm rich like going someplace else to use a Peloton. Well, you're not going to keep one in your house, right? They spy on you. Why not drop magnum-sized condoms around? It's a little too on the nose. It's much better to just wear really tight shorts. You want to wear super tight shorts and like a tank top and then just try to exude confidence. Like pretend like not everybody in the room can see your dick. Like everyone can, everyone's thinking about it, but you're not. And that's the mystery. What gender are you aiming for? Doesn't matter. Like the pole vault dude? Exactly. Google pole vault dude. You're gonna have a good time with that one, John. Well, that's definitely how you get a hot gay man. What? No, it works both ways. I mean, you might get some gay guys hitting on you also. You're talking about getting a sugar mama. And if you're not going to put the goods on display, no one's going to come shopping. Let me tell you. Women past 30, they don't care about your fucking personality anymore. Especially not if they're rich. So it's better to put the meat on the counter. If you swing a hammer, you're bound to hit a nail. What if your goods aren't great? Increase the confidence. Pole vault, dude. Same like ouch. Same like training your whole life to get a gold medal, only to be foiled by your own massive hog. I don't know why you didn't tuck that thing away somewhere, but oh, that guy. I did see that. He's getting a reduction surgery. He could have just worn some fucking underwear. Oh, why are we getting so much bot positioning around spot? This is all part of his elaborate plan to find a sugar mama. It worked. I'm playing catch up 20 minutes behind. My wife acts like she hates the stream till she watches it. Then she thinks it's one of the funniest things ever. And this is why we shouldn't judge a book by its cover. So we have bot puts at 45, bot calls at 40, bot puts at, or bot calls at 45 and 40. Sorry. Bot puts at 50. And bot puts at 35. There's some sold puts at 45 and 40. Then 65 sold calls, 35, 30 sold puts. All the way out on either side. Market makers getting to go short on positioning. Yeah. And the total range is narrowing though. It's like 40 to 60 now. I'm hungry. I made a tasty tomato and provolone roll. What did you roll it with? Did you just roll provolone around a tomato?
What am I eating today? Okay. Salad, grilled meat, or raw fish. Hmm. Boom. Thanks, Carl. Other Carl. Carl, too. I just had to order lunch. There's this place that just sells, like, grilled. They just sell grilled chicken thighs with vegetables. That's pretty much it. And, yeah. Well, somebody eat that. Are we pinned to 5450? Should I be selling puts and calls? No, we can go up to 60. 60, 65 before running into serious resistance. We can also fail at literally any point and fall right back to 35. 35.30, actually. I'd be cautious of that because NQ looks very weak still. That's what I'm having for lunch too. Healthy. I've been eating healthy. I haven't been able to get out much lately, so I'm trying to eat less garbage. I love places with a simple menu that they do right. Yeah. They have a few different options for the chicken thighs, which is cool. I just got chicken thighs and vegetables. Some, like, I don't know. I think it comes with, like, quinoa or some shit. Quinoa or brown rice. Why is AQ undead?
It's fucking higher than I bought it yesterday. Oh. I'm not eating anything plant-based. I'm making a meat sauce with beef bones to have with pasta. Sounds good. The doses in Washington Square Park are amazing. That's too far. I'm not going over there. I meant Smooth Dead? No, he was in here like fucking 20 minutes ago. That's Surface Smurf, Dr. Drake. He just changed his name. The man's been here every day for 3 years. Does shrimp count as a vegetable? Fish eat them, so they are food of food? No, I don't think so. I don't trust this guy. He's got a very untrustworthy face. Michael Herschel Greger advocates whole food and plant-based diets and is oppositionally opposed to animal-derived food products. Hmm. Dude sounds like a shill. Yeah. Humans are omnivores. We're literally made to eat anything we want. You know, someone once pointed out to me that all of the herbivores are stupid as fuck. And I could never shake that. Like, they're all prey animals. Herbivores will also eat meat whenever they can. Some are opportunistic predators, but not all. Horses are actually terrifying. Elephants are smart. Yeah, but they also evolved in like the like evolutionary breadbasket, right? Where, plant matter is widely available at most times of the year. Well, that's where humans broke away because we learned to pre-digest our meat by cooking it. Coconuts are mammals because they have fur and produce milk. I'd rather be a giraffe than a pig. Really? I feel like your neck would just hurt all the time. The tastiest animals are the dumb ones, too. Yeah. Except pigs. Pigs are pretty smart, but we eat them anyway. Octopus, intelligent but delicious. I don't like octopus that much. I can get the group's opinion on an appropriate reaction to a 15-year-old boy texting his recent ex-girlfriend KYS in anger after an argument with her. That seems unacceptable. I'm not a big fan of pork. Maybe their IQ taste comes through. Have you never had bacon? Wait, hold on. You don't like bacon? I know vegans who eat bacon. What about carnitas or barbecue pork? Pancetta? Prosciutto? Turkey bacon's disgusting. I don't believe you. I don't believe you don't like pork. I think you just don't like pork loin or pork chop. Yeah, okay. Pork chops and ham. That's disgusting. Like ham steaks. That's some deep Midwestern shit. No one would like pork chops if Dork made it for them. Can they keep passing costs on efficiently? Yeah. Yeah, they have like a huge amount of market share in the shipping industry. I'm still long AMKBY. I don't know what they're trading at right now. I haven't looked in like a month, but they were doing good. Yeah, they're still doing pretty good. Where is deep Midwest? Like, like Illinois or Indiana is kind of like the asshole, right? And then like the cleftal horizons move out from there to the coasts, which are nice. I missed the sub 7 entry previously. Yeah, I don't know if I'd buy it at this price. I'm pretty okay with buying it between like 6 and 650. I picked up some at like 635 on the last drop. BTU had one of its traditional minus 5% days. BTU is starting to not look so hot from a trend perspective or bullish consolidation. Hmm. Interesting. Dave, ruin his life. Tell the school. Make him go to one of those alternative high schools. And then he'll become a drug addict. Maybe. Well, like, much better chance of that happening than if he went to the regular school. I think it's Dave's kid as the boy here, Gherk. Oh. Yeah, it's my fiance's son, so I don't have as much influence as I'd like, and I can't beat him. Hmm. Is she doing anything about it? Seems like that's her job. Shaking 15-year-olds doesn't really have any long-term effects. Outsource the beating? How does one do that? You just like hire other kids to beat him up? He's an emotional 15-year-old. He's just saying stuff. Yeah, their brains aren't developed, but they still need to learn lessons, right? School bully takes Venmo. On the plus side, your abuses have piled up. I won't be here every day anymore. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow, Surface Smurf. I'm more curious about the mom's response. You'll be fighting an uphill battle if you take the lead. Yeah. This seems like that's someone else's kid problem, right? I don't know. Did you adopt him or something? Don't buy him a car when he turns 16. Unless you were already not going to do that. If push for delaying any driving privileges. That seems like a good start. Yeah, if the dad's in the picture and the mom's there, I mean, I feel like all you can really do is just, express your concerns and let them deal with it. Like, teenagers are just pieces of shit anyway, right? So it's hard to hold them accountable for much. Yeah, probably some loss of privileges. What do you mean wrong? I'll tell you right now, that kid is like 4 steps away from child support. Don't ask me how I know. What do you think? Teenagers are great? They're awful. They are by far the worst stage of human development. Cancel his Netflix subscription. He's 15. Cancel his Pornhub access. You gotta get him where it hurts. I was gonna say get a network engineer to throttle his bandwidth to 56K. Oh, that's almost better. The frustration alone. Take away access to AOL Instant Messenger. What are you feeling defensive of? I run the router, so I'm definitely gonna fuck with this connection. Yeah, just go in the router and dial back the bandwidth on all his devices. He won't know what the fuck's happening. He'll just think you have like shitty internet. She probably has a 15-year-old daughter who got a text saying KYS. My kids as teens, old wounds. I'm sure they were perfect little angels, Jen Jen. I felt lucky, blah blah blah. Not angels, but good kids. Well, that's nice. I wasn't. I was a piece of shit. My mom thinks I was a good kid. And she's always like, oh, he was such a great teenager and he never did anything wrong. I did all the wrong things. Wow, Rutzels. Really? How many chat socks do you think chat has ruined as teenagers? Who the fuck does that? Who's like coming in a sock? That's disgusting. Yeah, the sock thing is so weird. Later, Jen Jen. Tissues or just out the window? Literally all my friends, I think they're weird as fuck. That's so strange. God, imagine being like the mother of one of those fucking degenerates and like you're doing laundry and you stick your hand in a cum-filled sock. That's terrible. They don't have a fucking toilet or a sink or a shower. What kind of filthy fuck is doing that? So I'm just gonna keep coming in this sock and leave it under my bed. Why is this sock stiff? There's an Amazon review of Kleenex brand napkins that talks about this exact issue. Better than a reusable coconut. Just don't leave your desecrated future children in clothing or around. Remove them. They're waste, right? What are people saving them for? Sock statues. This looks like distribution. Yeah, I mean, we keep running into resistance. There's some of the in the money short puts are pulling back, but not many. Things are still really kind of pinned here. Don't talk about my kids that way. It's fucking ridiculous. 1 second. My food's here. I'll be right back. I didn't make any money today, but I made Gherk laugh. This is a success. Winning. Yeah, anyway, I don't believe that's real. That's just like some internet bullshit. No one's actually fucking doing that. $40 is supportive, but we have resistance at 45 and 50 and 60 and 65. And then we have support at 40, 35, and 30. Viewers are discussing various trading strategies and reminiscing about their teenage years. Viewers in chat are sharing funny stories and experiences about accidentally ejecting one's snot out of their nose without noticing and the places it landed. Stop sending me those. I mean, I hope that's what they're telling advertisers. How much money is that AI chat summary? Well, Google's probably using the chat summary to let advertisers know what's going on in the channels that they're advertising on. So when we start getting sock ads, you'll know what's up. Anybody ever have soda come through their nose? No, but I had that happen with milk one time. Jim Cramer, Meta, says he's really impressed with Meta's AI. Yep. Zuckerberg better sell the rest of his stock. Yeah, IWM's failing a little bit. This is starting to look kind of bearish. But I don't see any of the downside sold put positioning pulling back very much. It would be cool if we dropped down to like 54.15 or something. It's not impossible. Is everyone going on about goth girls because I posted this shit this morning? It's not me. You can tell by the nose. See? Different noses. I would buy that shirt if I could find it for sale. Kind of looks like you, though. but fatter. And bipedal. Your long hair had curls, I know. It starts to curl up when it gets too long. It drives me insane. I don't think any one is more likely than the other. We're getting some out of the money put buying. So there's a slight downside bias right now. But we probably still close at like 40 or 45. I can vinyl print that shirt for you in a few months. Why does it take so long? $3 weeks? I could get one tomorrow. Greg, if you're in the vinyl shirt printing business, I think you need to ramp up your production times. I wanted to do something nice for you. I'm trying to give you small business advice. I'm not. I'm a high school teacher, but we print and sell shirts. Oh. If you can get the parents to buy the shirts and use the children as labor, you could have insane margins. MTB? That was me trying to type fast and tag dork. Oh. I remember the shop teacher in my high school just like made furniture and sold it on Craigslist. And so he had like really specific instructions for all of the students. It wasn't like, oh, make this box. It was like, make this drawer in these dimensions. And if you got it wrong, he'd make you start over again. The shop teacher at my high school got arrested for domestic abuse. I bet everyone made fun of him when he came back. You're mixing the battery acid and Sudafed wrong, idiot. Start over. Mr. Poopy's teacher probably lost his teaching license. This is the United States. Alright. Unless you commit a federal felony, you're not losing your teaching license. My shop teacher got a $2 million settlement from our city because his son got slapped by a Civil War reenactor. That's awesome. Oh yeah, anybody can teach because they pay you guys like $10 an hour. Aren't you in Canada, Greg? I'd be careful when you start shitting on $10 an hour. Those are American dollars you're shitting on. That kid that I slapped got 2 million. Oh man, I'm gonna DM you something. I'm ready. Put it in my inbox. Do you want anything while I'm in Japan next month? I'll send it to a P.O. box. Okay, so I do have a P.O. box, but it's like also right at where I live. Why did you say that? Say what? Are these like different schools? Get a P.O. box that forwards to another P.O. box. Then you can give us the address in upstate New York, and we don't know where it goes. You guys will just bribe the guy at the place. So the pay doesn't vary by grade level? It's just a set price in each district? Will the platform dox you? I don't think so. But if it does, I've already doxed myself like 50 times. Name reveal at full launch or beta launch. No, I just legally changed my name to Gherk. There you go, quick name. Do with that what you will. Kind of would rather do 50. But it does look like it's probably going to be something like that. feel like all this downside bot call positioning is just getting weaker as we move into the end of the day. Hmm. Which all right, I got the idiot trade. You have your expectation for retail sales tomorrow, and how do you think the market will receive it? It can be after lunch. No rush. I'm done eating. You're asking the right questions. I just don't know if I have an answer for them. I don't really have any expectation from retail sales. It's not something that I watch really closely. The trend has been really choppy. I think we're still coming off of the wealth bubble, though, and they should be slightly improved over the prior 2 months. Which isn't hard to beat because last month was 0. However, if import prices fall, it may not matter. I think X autos is going to be more important than just straight up retail sales. Um, it could be. It's some importance. I don't think it'll have a lot. We've got a lot of shit tomorrow morning. We're gonna have retail sales, import and export prices. So, I mean, 3 inflationary items, then New York State and Philadelphia Fed manufacturing indexes, and jobless claims. So it's really the combination of all of them. Because, I mean, at least jobless claims will carry more weight after today's data. Retail sales will carry more weight after today's data. But right after market open, well, into market open, we're going to have industrial production, right? If industrial production's slumping, that's going to be the reason for PPI being down instead of pass through. So if industrial production and retail sales are both bad, or import pricing trims, that could be viewed pretty bearishly. Also, inventories. If inventories are up, all of that would lean towards recession, like push into the recession fears. If inflation up, retail sales down, what do? That's stagflationary. How's end of day looking on the chain? Super fucking boring. We could go up to 60, 65, or down to 30, 35. I already explained Gherk's name arc. His name is Tommy. They called him Tommy Pickles in school. He embraced it and created his gamer tag, Gherkin it, arc complete. What if your name is actually Tommy? Thomas? I may lose my mind. That's ridiculous. Listen, here's the deal. None of us picked our own name, right? Someone else picked it. The names we know each other by are names we picked. So they're more fitting. How do you make option profit curve iron centaur again? That was a condor, and then I sold an out of the money butterfly when we started bouncing. So that was the iron centaur because the profit distribution looks like this. I already exposed him as Luigi Staglioli. Craig is not my real name. My given name is actually Five Share. Oof, and I chose gray pubes. Isn't yours the name of the boat from Reddit? So you're saying Grim2 is my soul name? Yes. And you clearly love finches. And 30 something slightly obese Italian men with their shirts off. Which, I mean, who doesn't? Yeah, yeah. See, now you're getting into the consumer sentiment. You're starting to get it. Maybe they'll move you to the East Coast division soon. I'm not sure Gherk would have ever paid attention to me if I went with a more apt name, like Big Fat Stoner 69420. He actually uses the French pronunciation, poubelle. My real name is Eduardo. License says Edward. Social card says Edward. Nightmare when legal stuff comes up. You know, my real handle is catching up in subscribers. As long as those chests aren't full of curly hair. Hmm. I always thought it was like a more elevated reference. Like, not that you actually had gray pubic hair, but more that it was like something like Portrait of Dorian Gray. Like, I thought you were reaching into the more artistic, but maybe I'm wrong. It is Mountain Bike Dork. Yeah, it's not Magic the Blathering. Sometimes I wonder if I should have a cool screen name instead of my own name, but then I don't want Google appending all my emails to something like Squat King G. It's actually a Grandma's Boy reference. Of course it is. Realistic to see this test 54.75, then sell off from there. Calls would take profit, right? What calls? The only calls that are bought right now are at like 54.50, 40, 54.50, 45. So the Fed's true mandate is protect the banks. Then dollars need to stay as strong as possible. Yep. And they do that by not cutting in September, regardless of data. Most likely. It's okay. No one wants them to cut anymore. So it doesn't matter, right? Cuts are scary. Despite Treasury risk. Well, yeah, there's always the chance that Yellen issues too much debt and blows up the TGA. What have the banks ever done for us? Sometimes they give me checks. Ooh, free lollipops. You guys get free lollipops from your bank? No. Well, because rates at the front end of the curve aren't dropping sufficiently and will go back up should the Fed leave rates where they're at. Then the short-term debt that Yellen is issuing is not going to get any cheaper for her to cover the interest payments on. Which forces the Treasury's hand at some point to issue longer term debt, truly tightening financial conditions. My credit union always has dum-dums on deck. Ooh, nice. The butterscotch ones are my favorite. Can we talk about butterscotch? Butterscotch is underappreciated. It's the best pudding and hard candy. Butterscotch oatmeal cookies. I don't like them. I don't like it in oatmeal. I've had that before. No, not buttered sausage. Butterscotch. Listening to Gherkin talking like he's already retired. I can't retire yet. I have to marry Dork first. Oh, Dork. I'd love a buttered sausage cookie. What the fuck is a crimpet? That sounds like some Philadelphia shit, Mike. Whatever happened to the Philadelphia Dan? Is he still here? Maybe. I hate the butterscotch flavor got looped in with that old flavor stereotype. Alongside pecan, which is gross. Whoa! There's nothing wrong with pecan. Someone's clearly never had a good pecan pie. Is Philly Mike who sells CCs? No. No. I think Mike who sells CCs might have just made millions of dollars and left, or he got assigned on his covered calls. It's not pronounced pecan. Ew. Pecan pie? Why can't you just skip right to diabetes? I mean, if you're going to do that, why not have some pie on the way? You're in a chipper mood today. Must have made some good trades. I made money on something today that wasn't a straddle, which was cool. Also, our uptrends continued, so I didn't get stopped out of my calls right before it ripped. So much sugar and molasses. I am Mike Sells CCs. Why did you change your name? Were you trying to hide the shame and embarrassment of leaving the pigeon whales? He got assigned. I knew it. The house is currently taking offers, but no one's bought it yet, which means I'll probably be stuck with it forever. Middle Western consumer sentiment rep. How dare you? $50? You made $50 today? Only 14,950 go to make up yesterday. Best I can do. I bought 100 shares of Fubo and I'm down to $3. I blame you. Calm down. Don't tell everyone. How can you enjoy the benefits of the stock loss support group if you don't tell them about the stock losses? No one cares about the people who win and make money. Can we all expect these results when using the platform? Even better. No, Dork, here's the problem. Sometimes people get access to data that hasn't been reviewed. Oh, that's a recipe for disaster. They do what, Gurk? Well, they do the only thing they can do. They bet on it. Full degen. Yep. Let's believe that. You got any golden biscuits I can trade? Okay, wait, those printed. We just didn't take profits, Atomic. You know, I had a realization last night that the quants really only ever wanted to get stock pits directly from me. And somehow I entangled them into making a data platform. When really they were just trying to score some free pontiff. Uno reverse. The real quantum entanglement. Are you gonna have billionaires have access to like a search a day for the platform when it rolls out and do tiers? No, no. They'll get it when it's available. Maybe a little earlier. We'll see. We've talked internally about doing something nice for the billionaires also. We just don't know what it's gonna be. I'm telling you right now, I'd do anything, and I mean anything, for you to manage the account I'm going to inherit. You know what I would do with it if you gave it to me? I'd blow it all up on 15 minutes of expiry. Well, I'd either blow it up or 10x it. WHO declares monkeypox as global emergency for the second time in 2 years. Wait, I thought we weren't calling it monkeypox anymore. Doesn't it have a different name now? It's like mpox. Yeah, mpox. From Hanson. Mpox. Yeah, that works. Why did they change the name? Well, it doesn't come from monkeys. So that was a good reason. Thanks for putting that song in my head. Gross. Gross. Excuse you? Hanson's Mbop is a classic. Might be racist. Probably is. Mpox, Dippin' Dot. Don't come in your socks. Mpox, Dippin' Dotty Doo. Alright. I like the scat thing you're trying to do there. 75% chance of blowing up. 25% chance of 10xing. Mbop's not a song about anything, Cobra. What's the difference between a lentil and a chickpea? I've never had a lentil on my chest. Ha! Piss jokes. Where's Trash Dan? It's almost 3 o'clock. You should be waking up now. I once saw Hanson in person. It's several brothers. A 30-year-old man at my brother's wedding because they were staying at the same hotel. Very bizarre to see them as not little kids. Huh. Oh wait, we got a song. Nah, that doesn't work. Let's try the other version. Oh, I like this bass line. Is this about monkeypox? Yeah.
Your hands make a stand. Make a stand. Make a stand. Feeling kinda down. Monkeys all around. Gotta be so careful. Life is not a fable. Jungle busting loud. Monkeys in the crowd.
This is not acceptable.
Keep it clean, keep it green. Wash your hands, make a stand.
The vocals are terrible. I like the bass though. See, the problem with Sono is it writes dog shit lyrics. So the only way to get a good song out of it is to write the lyrics yourself. Like the J-Pow song. Just came by to commend the stream cards lately. Thanks, James Curtis. Chat GPT, the lyrics, yeah, it's awful. Is there an example of one with custom lyrics you've written? I wrote all the lyrics for the J-Pow song. Yeah, of course. That's why they don't sound idiotic. What is this place? It's a Gamblers Anonymous. It's an ongoing Gamblers Anonymous meeting based in the stock market. Welcome. Hey, Bert Stew. I appreciated the wash your hands, make a stand. Nice. Does C-Mill know you're hanging out in here again? You can add lyricist writer to your resume. I could. I'm gonna listen to the Ballad of Dork.
Dork was a man who took a gamble bold. In the city, lights of stories.
You do this daily? Pretty much, yeah.
Strangles on a
Why? Not entirely sure. It's kind of fun.
Lost his home, his peace, and his mind. He wandered through the alleys, searching for a place.
I was told I should ask for a divorce. Yes, that's correct.
City folks just passed
16 years is long enough.
Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair.
Better tax
Built a
benefits
shack
too.
of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud. A fire kept him company, though his heart was stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh, Dork, where'd
You got
go
it.
wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for
That
a
penguin needs a
gambler's
lighter.
song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
I know, I tried to find one.
Morgan's still went crazy now.
Oh, I don't know what that is. I'm not listening to that. I get back from a meeting and this is the bullshit I hear. This is the bullshit you watch. It's not my fault. Which one was this? Oh, this is when I was calling Dork pepper nuts. So, do you guys know what Pfeffernuss is? We've got a new nickname for Dork. Pfeffernuss are little German cookies full of spices, and they're dusted with powdered sugar. But Pfeffernuss translates to pepper nuts. You don't play GoEV earning, but any thoughts? Feels a lot like lots of shorting in anticipation. Who cares? Ooh, it's $1.44. Hold on. $0.38. What? That's a 25% yield. Hmm. Ooh. Hold on a goddamn second. $54 yield on the leap. Don't tell me what to do with the Lord's name. Stop tempting me. Give me a minute. I have something I have to do. If God didn't want me to say God damn, he wouldn't have given me the ability to do it. Crash incoming? What, all the way back to 45? Probably not. Someone just sold a fuck ton of puts at 60. Calls, sorry. Calls at 60. Selling some more bear calls up here that you missed. I already entered the fucking idiot trade. It's pinned to the chat. More calls to squeeze. How many fucking calls did you buy, Nuke? A lot of people ask what mbop means. Zach said, well, mbop as a word, it represents time. It represents the fact that time passes very quickly. And so in a story about reaching for what's important and kind of driving towards the impossible dream, mbop is telling you, go now, go now, go now. Because in a moment, in an mbop, life will be over and have passed you by. Imagine having 13 years to think about your only successful song. I knew there was a reason I diamond handed these Netflix calls to be up 10% more than you were this morning. Imagine being obscenely rich thanks to one 13-year-old song. I don't think anybody in Hanson's extremely rich. They're from Oklahoma? They're each worth $20 million? That's insane. Oklahoma's only real flex. They got in on the tail end of music being profitable. Tell that to Taylor Swift. Hanson Brothers are all pigeon whales. That'd be awesome. There used to be 100 Taylor Swifts, though. There still are. There's a lot of people with no talent. I think the Hansons have probably tried out the pickle jar, but we talked about crusty socks and something, and they left for a more G-rated experience. Can I please get your thoughts on BG as a buy and hold? Bunge? Bunge Limited? Agricultural commodities and milling. Seems cyclical. Chesterfield, Missouri. Oh, they're gonna start using oil seeds for biofuel. Cash flows are a little unimpressive as of late. Low debt, though. Wondering why their margins are coming down. Is that due to their buyout or capex? Operating expenses have been pretty fucking high. BMG, imagine being rich and famous at 15 in the 90s. I couldn't have handled it. I'd be dead. I'd have OD'd for sure. The Hanson family has to be a success story for most. I don't know. Robert Downey Jr. made it through. You fixed the Ko-Fi bot? Apparently. Yeah, I didn't even know I'd done that. Fixed itself? But he did a ton of coke. Yeah, so winning? Do they pay a dividend? They are paying a small dividend. Earnings, revenues, projected revenues. If they match their projected revenues over the next, or well, projected EPS over the next 3 quarters, yeah, I could see it being maybe not like a long-term hold because it's cyclical, but I could see maybe their margins turning around a little bit. Return on assets sucks. Gross margins 6.14. Operating margins are down. With margins up. Yeah, their net margins have really taken a hit. What the fuck are they spending money on? They're like an agricultural middleman. They should be light. Acquisition. Who else have they acquired? It must be more than one acquisition. I mean, that's interesting. I'd probably look into their acquisitions and see how that's going to affect future revenues. Come on. Seems that most of the margin declines kind of priced in here. Although I would say a buy-in around 86 would be a little bit better. What happened to Google today? I don't think anything. Oh, they're getting broken up by a federal judge, maybe. Probably not. Think about getting into Fruit of the Loom as a long-term hold, since they announced their single-use stocks that are sold into single-use socks that are sold individually, not as a pair. Gross. I'm selling more Gherk? Maybe. Maybe I did. Kufi definitely isn't fixed. Oh, shit. I don't even know where that is. There we go. And Starbucks puts. Why? Because the CEO of Chipotle moved over there? Starbucks already sucks. How could he possibly ruin it anymore? I think it's time for that quarterly computer restart. I restart my computer all the time. Ish. Have you sold more than 3 million calls yet? No. I managed to sell the absolute worst puts. Would you sell the 40s? Or the 45s? Hear me out. Chipotle burrito bar, but the ingredients go in the lattes. You know the CEO of Chipotle didn't design the company, right? Like, the guy who made Chipotle left a long time ago. That guy's only been CEO of Chipotle for like 6 years. I sold 45, bought 40s at 36. So you're doing great. Hmm. Interesting. Buy some options or something. Is this not a gambling stream? I already did options today. Why am I going to try to trade fucking end of day chop? We have like no clear positioning or direction. We just have massive sold options walls to the up and downside. It could literally land anywhere in between. Well, that's 40 minutes from now. Not 30 minutes from now. How do I get more liquidity? I'm willing to work my meat if that's what it takes. Could try that. It's enough time to come in a stock. Grim 2 finding new meaning in treat yourself. You're still expecting some brief ups tomorrow before 2 days of downs. Not necessarily. Tomorrow's data could be pretty impactful. A new game called Raw Dog Flight Simulator. Players stare at the back of a headrest for the flight's duration. Yes, it's real. IBF 10 wide 45. I'm in the green zone right now. I don't know. 45's got a lot of support. Doesn't seem to be going anywhere. There's a small chance we could slip to 40, but we'd probably bounce off it if we did. There's still out of the money calls at 50 and 55. That's TikTok brain rot. I don't know. I don't have TikTok. I can't close my spreads because Fidelity will margin call me because they're dumb. That's a wide bared put spread. You really think we can't close below 45? What is? Oh, what, the idiot trade? That's not that wide. It's only like 3 strikes. And the break even's at 40. So we would have to close below 40, not 45. Toad on the piano singing 2 days into gooning is one of my favorites of the year. I meant for full profit. I don't care if I get full profit. It's just, I care if I go make money. Full profit would be nice. There's a really wide range in which I make full profit. A range I feel very comfortable with. Teaching my wife how to gamble? She just went all in on blackjack and won 2-1. When she won, she got mad that she won. Huh. She might make a good options trader. I get pissed when I'm right. Yeah, no problem, fucking deadlugs. You look at this on the 1 hour candle, it looks a lot more boring. Shh, don't tell anyone. You're ruining the mystique. Hmm. It's either 1-1 or 2.5-1, isn't it? For what? For blackjack? I don't know. Depends on how shady the casino you're at is, right? I've seen 3-2, 6-5. Do the companies just give cash to their fund manager to buy the stock? Yep. I'm mad because I'm a cranky old lady, people. I was playing my last round or so I thought. I was gonna move on. Well, you won. That's the time to walk away. Usually 6-5's done on like single deck. It's like super shady casinos, like when you go to like downtown Vegas because you ran out of money. You really shouldn't play anything that's like less than 3-2. Whoa, whoa! I got a circa in Old Town Vegas. My cousin's ex-wife wants my population paste. I just laugh it off, but it's getting awkward. Morgan Stanley estimates around 6 billions at the ready for buybacks. That's what I was wondering. Thanks, man. No problem. Circus Circus will be the epicenter of the zombie apocalypse. How do you guys make it that far down the strip? Just stay somewhere classy. It's all free anyway. Vegas hotels have gotten quite expensive. Take 500 grand, put it on deposit at the desk, and then never gamble. They'll spend the entire time trying to convince you to go to the casino floor while giving you free rooms and shit. The more money you do that with, the better the experience. Yeah, just get like a HELOC. You go there, deposit the money for a few days, pull it back out, and pay off the loan. The origination fees would probably be less than what you would have spent in Vegas anyway. How many free socks would they give me? At least one. Might be used, but free. You know, you could just go to shoe stores and they have boxes of them. Just ask them if you could take some home with you. I only need one. I'm not allowed in shoe stores by court order. Life hack. Oh, fuck you guys. Fontainebleau just opened in Vegas. Was that like a new hotel?
I mean, right in a sock. Now I'm in a cell block. Got the cops on the clock. My life's a ticking shock. Got me in the act. Now that's a solid fact. No shoes is the pact. I'm feeling so attacked. Banned from the shoe store. Can't step in like before. Locked out forevermore. Banned from the shoe store. Bass pounding in my head.
This is a terrible song. Hold on. Maybe this one's better. Oh, it's got a female singer.
White in a sock. Now I'm in a cell block. Got the cops round the
Is that a dude?
My life's a
I don't know.
ticking shock. They caught me in the act. Now that's a solid fact. No shoes is the pact. I'm feeling so attacked. Banned from the shoe store. Can't step in like before. Locked up forevermore. Banned from the shoe store. Bass pounding in my head. Can't escape this dread. No soft souls to tread. All my kicks, they fled. Why not take the chance? Lost in a trance, can't dance. My reflection spied no plans. Left in a sad circumstance. Streets in their feet wrong. Nowhere to call home. Shoes I used to own. Now in my dreams alone. Banned from the shoe store. Can't step in like before. Locked up forevermore. Banned from the shoe store. Bass pounding in my head. Can't step in like before. Locked up forevermore. Locked up forevermore. Banned from the shoe store. Bass pounding in my head. Can't escape this dread. No soft souls to tread. All my kicks, they fled. Bass pounding in my head. Can't escape this dread. No soft souls to tread. Bass pounding in my head, can't escape this dread. No soft souls to tread, all my kicks they fled. Why'd I take the chance, lost in a trance? Can't dance, my reflection spy no glance. No collection spy no glance. No glance, my left eyes. Can't dance, my queens of glance. Streets in their feet, roll. Nowhere to call home. Shoes I used to own.
These are terrible. Ooh, we could tie it together. Hold on, I'm gonna make a good one. It's just gonna take a minute. They still have the 50 calls they're gonna save? Hold on, save? Yeah, there's calls at 50, but I don't know if we're gonna save them. We could just close here too. We might test 50 one more time. Shoeless pretzels. Hold on. We're gonna try this again.
I made white in a sock, now I'm bent for sure. Sticky socks and crunchy socks, all my socks on the floor. Tried to walk in my
That doesn't work.
I made white in a sock, now I'm bent for sure.
Why does it keep giving me female singers? It doesn't. It's already specified. Sonar doesn't care because it's stupid as fuck.
White in a sock, now I'm bent. Sticky socks in my hand, crunchy socks on the floor. Can't go to the store, laughing hard at my plight. Monkeypox gave a fright. Socks are now a fun mess, guess it's part of the quest. Sticky socks, crunchy socks, all my socks. Monkeypox.
This is perfect.
Neighbors stare through the glass, wonder why I can't pass. Shoe stores turn me away, guess today's not my day. Lost my comfort footwear, guess it's all a nightmare. Stains and rips here to stay, only one thing to say. Sticky socks, crunchy socks, won't let me in, maybe next day. Laughing hard at my plight, monkeypox gave a fright. Socks are now a fun mess, guess it's part of the quest. Sticky socks, crunchy socks, won't let me in, maybe next day.
But no, this is about Wetzel's pretzels. That's what the other version sounds like.
White in a sock, now I'm banned. Sticky socks in my hand, crunchy socks on the floor. Can go to the store.
This one's kind of upbeat.
Laughing hard at my plight, monkeypox gave a fright. Socks are now a fun mess, guess it's part of the quest. Sticky socks,
Zoe Deschanel.
socks, all my socks. Monkeypox. Neighbors stare through the glass, wonder why I can't pass. Shoe stores turned me away, guess today's not my day. Lost my comfort footwear, guess it's all a nightmare. Stains and rips here to stay, only one thing to say. Sticky socks, crunchy socks, will let me in, maybe next day. And not the nap and nap and now, the nap and nap and nap and nap and nap and nap and now.
Oh, now it's just saying nonsense. It did spell it comfort footwear. Hello, I'm a professional trader and I work on Wall Street. I bought a data platform and it directed me here. Is this the stock market stream? Yes. I want to make a good version of this song if it's the last thing I do today.
Crunchy socks in my drawers, sticky floors and so much more. I can't shop at that store. Monkeypox, they adored all my socks, feeling gross. Every walk, quite morose, white and messy to the toes. Monkeypox, who even knows? Banned from the shoe store, sticky socks I wore. Got no shoes anymore. Monkeypox galore, mismatched socks on the floor. Wanted clean, but got more. Running out the back door. Monkeypox, what's in store? Life is tough when they're banned. Footprints left in the sand. Sticky socks, hand in hand. Monkeypox didn't plan. Banned from the shoe store, sticky socks I wore. Got no shoes.
That one sucks. It needs to be heavier. All these are like fucking, all this like light folksy pop is the worst. Try battle rap. Sono? Yeah. Screamo.
I got banned from the shoe store cause my socks got sticky. Crunchy remnants of battles, you know it's getting tricky. Every step's a crunch, sounds like a rhythm in the night. Got monkeypox vibes, but I'm still ready to fight. White socks on my foes, can't comprehend the chaos. Turn the footwear game into a battlefield, no day off. Speakers tremble at the sight, I bring the ruckus round the clock. My kicks get rejected, but my rhymes never stop. Sock and shock, till the streets vibrate and quake. Banned and branded can't escape this fate. Sticky socks, crunchy memories make them bow. Monkeypox can't stop the battle rap now. Shoe store shutter folks keep telling my tale. Each sock a chapter, gritty details never stale. Condemned from the aisles, but my lines still run wild. For percussion on the streets, battling since a child. Can't lace up my Jordans, but my bars stay tight. From the back alley spots to the main stage lights. These souls carry legends everywhere and tell a story. Victory and exile, still basking in the glory.
Hold on, there's another one. They all sound like Hollywood Undead.
I got banned from the shoe store cause my socks got sticky. Crunchy remnants of battles, you know it's getting tricky. Every
Why don't you use goth music like the meme you put out on the Dillionaire chat? I don't even know what goth music sounds like. It doesn't sound like fucking Eminem. Don't ever insult Eminem around me or Atomic. Sounds like 303. Yeah. Hold on. Let's try glam metal rap. Since it's incapable of ethnitizing voices. Wait, other people know Hollywood Undead? Dude, everyone knows Hollywood Undead. We were all 20 in the 2000s. Motley Crue featuring Fred Durst.
While in the socks, tripping hard at the shoe lamp, and the store manager couldn't understand. Sticky toes, crunchy rolls in the socks every day, looking like a monkey pox, as it say. Slipping on the floor, soles turn tacky. Walk a mile at these feet, feeling wacky from the spots to the rocks. All my
That's so bad. Hold on.
Right out in the sun, stripping hard at the shoe lamp, band at the store manager couldn't understand. Sticky toes, crunchy rolls in the socks every day, looking like a monkey box, as it say. Slipping on the floor, soles turn tacky. Walk a mile in these feet, feeling wacky.
Nickelback
From the spots to the
biscuits.
rocks on my second planet, slip and slide like call me the sock bandit. Sticky socks, crunchy socks, wear 'em to the block. Banned from the shop, now I prowl in the dock. Elastic shot, can't stop it like a shot. My glory in the alley, glam rocking with the flock. Toe fuzz in the crust, collecting like a mad king. Every step another echo sock, bling bling, duct tape savior. Patches on the phone, sick world, sick socks, still rocking alone. Crunch chop, trials, beat, slipping, trip. From the owls to the wild in this metal grip. Caffeine dreams, even shadows on the flip. Sock tails untamed every trip. Sticky socks, crunchy socks, take it to the block. Kicked out of stores, now boasting the walk. Elastic, glam light through the shock. Victory and dirty souls rock this sock flock.
Rage against the LLM.
Sticky socks, crunchy socks, take 'em to the block. Kicked out of stores, now boasting the walk. Elastic, popping, glam light, feel the shock. Victory and dirty souls rock this sock flock.
Hey, we tested 50 like I said we would. Alright, that's the sock song. Where does the MM want this? Right where we started. Got an ad for sticky pickle socks? Nice. I can't wait for the stream to get flagged. It won't. That's the beauty of Sono. I own all the rights to the music I make on it. What do you think happens to VIX the rest of the week? I think either the data tomorrow we get another round of crush and it starts sliding back towards like 14, or we spike back up above the positive forward yield and the index tanks again. You're welcome, Shoeless Pretzels, formerly Wessel's Pretzels. Sock King. Does Sono have the rights to sell rights? Sounds like their problem. You guys can afford socks. Gherkin to penis. That's the funniest news article headline I've read all year. JD Vance does not stand for Gherkin to penis. Here comes the penis pump into close. Or not, you know. We'll just... We just don't, right? That's the other option. Is that why every teenager I see is wearing socks and Crocs? Wait, why? I'd be more worried about the teenager wearing one sock and Crocs. Ooh, fancy. What's up with the massive spread on Hal? I have no idea. I heard some of them were doubling up on their socks, which I'm pretty sure is unsafe. I mean, in their defense, Crocs are a really unpleasant texture to have against or near your feet. Bull's doing their bull thing again. Yep. Doing quite a bit of it, actually. Still got 5 minutes, though. IWM testing 207. Ooh. We get more? Does this sell back off? Kind of want to buy a 5460 put. Close at 57. $57 or 52.
the fuck is going on here? 55 in the money calls. Hmm. Interesting. IWM fell back below view up. NQ's holding up. Not a ton of volume though. 1 minute left.
Fucking MM would love this to close at 55. Oh, get fucking wrecked, bulls. Ouch! I was close. I said 52 or 57, but 52 works. Damn, the MM fucked all of those 45, 55 calls. Ding ding. This trading environment is brutal. What? It's awesome, you mean? Alright, where's the fucking idiot trade? I'm gonna update that shit. Wait, did I make money on it? Nice. Sometimes you just have to bet on Kenny. So wait. Contract value is 0. So 490 profit. 49%. Cool. Now, there we go. All right. A little bit of an uptick in leverage there at the end of the day as the dollar bounced back. Forward yield on volatility closed negative for the first time in the last couple of weeks. Negative 0.5, which isn't a very big deal. Tomorrow's data could turn that around. This puts us with a close just above the weekly delta neutral, but still well below the monthly, which is probably far more important. Back to the top of the trend test on ES. This will probably stay fairly flat overnight. I would say like low of 55, maybe high of like 90. Commodities came down a little bit today. Oil, gold, and precious metals falling. Looks like agricultural commodities fell a bit too. Yields went up a little bit on the back end of the curve from this morning, but still dropped from yesterday after today's CPI report. Continued push down in correlation. However, that consolidation's getting more and more significant each day. And I think we're reaching a kind of a breaking point on that. So if we don't get some inflation in the dollar here with retail sales and import exports tomorrow, it may be quite difficult to lever up the dispersion trade any more than they already have. Carry low today was at like 6.80, and high for today was 6.85. Bond vol still kind of flat against falling correlation. Tail risk pulling back. 48.5% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, so about 50% of the S&P has mean reverted so far. And correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures actually picked up a little bit today, 96.68%. We're pricing in 0.91 rate cuts for Jan of 2025. I think bulls want this lower, right? They want the number of rate cuts being priced in for over the next like 4 or 5 months to be under 75. Anything really over 75, it's like there's a question of if we're going into a recession or not. Anything above 100 points in cuts, and we're looking at a recession, right? Like, I mean, that's kind of how the market's viewing this Fed funds pricing right now. If we're getting 4 rate cuts by Jan, that would basically be 2 at the September meeting, 2 at the December meeting, so 2 50-point cuts, which would collapse the carry trade very hard. So it's pretty unlikely we ever see that. However, that's what's kind of getting priced in right now at like 3.5 cuts, as we're still saying like two in September, 1 in December, maybe a little more than 1 in December. And that's one of the reasons it's been so hard to push up, right? Because we've got that falling dollar against all of this. And tomorrow the dollar could slip even lower, and we might lose that 102 level. If we do, I would expect that, some more of those recession fears will come to light. I don't know if there's really anything else to cover on that front, but yeah, we're good. So I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. I hope everybody has a great night. Later.